Oh, I was going to ask him when he walked in.
Good morning, folks. No.
Good morning. Do you know, are we trying to start early?
We're trying to.
Okay. Well, my daughter just asked. She's coming from the ISD, but she said she found every slow car between.
That's not what she said.
And that's not exactly how she said it.
Yeah, I understand.
She has a trucker's mouth. Like she said, doesn't she, Sean?
You're the board, you need to be more specific.
You want to read it?
And you're typing, right?
She put it in writing.
Wait till the recorder is not turned on.
Sean has had more than one conversation with that children.
Yeah, it's one of those.
And the whole story of how your wife and her became is the funniest thing ever. So.
That's what
Sounds just natural. Every other word is right. Landscapes. Right. In all sounds normal. Right. And
No, she has. They not allowed, I can say this because.
Tell her to.
And this is wood, and it's very thick. I don't believe.
Here's your copy, and really the only parts that are going to be read into the record, I mean, this whole thing's going into the record, I'm going to read that. And this paragraph right here is the damage.
Okay. Maybe see.
This is in the matter of Skelton 252286. Mr. Skelton. Okay.
And this is marked.
I will remind folks to turn your phones off, or make sure your volume is turned down, or you're on airplane mode, whatever you need to do so that we don't have Rhapsody in Blue playing.
I don't have anything there's no trust issues. Just make sure we're both covered. I'm cool with that.
Couple housekeeping matters. I've been advised by the attorneys that they think that they will be able to they are not going to require next Wednesday as part of the preliminary exam, but they will need Thursday. And I'm doing that mostly for everyone's convenience to know what your schedules need to look like. However, we are not going to be scheduling anything differently as it relates to that 10th, because if they do need it, I want it available to us. Is that a correct understanding of the discussion we had this morning?
Yes, Your Honor, and thank you for working around our schedules and setting aside that day for us to use regardless.
That's correct, Judge. I also appreciate that. And just to be clear on the scheduling issue, the 28th Friday, we are not proceeding on Friday, this Friday, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
The Lenawee Humane Society has dibs on me that day.
Understood.
Are there any other housekeeping matters that we need to take up?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Not from defense, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you may call your first witness.
We're going to start today with Kelsey Baraski.
Great name. Ms. Broski?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated. Now, I would tell you that the microphone in front does not amplify your voice, so you're going to have to speak nice and loud.
Okay.
We've gotten really lazy with our English in this world, and so in answer to questions, please say yes or no, as opposed to shrugging your shoulders or shaking your head, because thankfully they make no sound when they do that. But we do need you on the tape recording, because this is not videotaped, or there's no visual, it's all audio.
Okay.
Would you please state and spell both your first and last name?
Kelsey, Kelsey, Boroski, Beroske.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Ms. Baraski, do you know the defendant, John Skelton?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He was married to Tanya. John is my stepdad's cousin.
Your stepfather's cousin.
Well, ex-stepfather.
Ex-stepfather. So back in 2010, he was the stepfather's
Yes.
cousin? Okay. And on occasion, did you have, would you go to their house on Congress Street?
Yes.
And prior to November 26th of 2010, do you recall the last time you were at that house?
It would have been that summer, probably July, August.
And at that point in time, where were you in school?
I had just graduated.
High school?
Yes,
Okay.
just graduated high school.
So what happens on November 26th that you become involved in this situation?
I was at my parents' house out on Weston Road. A phone call was received asking for a ride to the ER. One of them, I believe, had to work.
One of who?
One of my parents, I'm sorry.
Okay.
One of my parents, I believe, had to work and the other just didn't want to, so they asked me to take him to the ER because I had just gotten my license.
So you were dispatched basically to do this job?
Yes.
How old were you at this point?
I had just turned 18.
Okay. What happens next?
I drove to his house on Congress Street. I knocked, and I believe the door was locked, and he had to come unlock it, and then I had to go inside. He was leaning against the dining room table, clearly injured. He had an envelope and his cigarettes in his hand. He asked me to grab a plastic bag from the kitchen on the counter right on the edge of their kitchen. I grabbed the bag and I helped him walk to the car, and then we went to the ER. I did ask him which ER, whether he wanted to go to Bixby or Fulton, and he said Fulton.
Which is in Waseon, Ohio?
Yes.
So when you first got into the house, did he say anything to you?
Not that I recall, aside from asking me to grab the bag.
And at that point in time, could you, from visually, could you see what his medical issue was?
I could see that his ankle was injured.
Describe that for. Why could you tell that?
He was leaning against the table, like with his one ankle holding the majority of the weight, and his other ankle was up, like he was supporting himself on the one because his other was injured.
He was favoring one side. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So how long, approximately how long are you in the house for before you get back in the car?
Maybe a few minutes.
Do you have to help him to the car?
Yes, I did help him to the car.
And how did you help him to the car?
He was able to hobble while I held onto his arm, and he held onto my arm in return.
So on the way to the hospital, he elected to go to the hospital in Waseon.
Yes.
And how long a drive is that from Mearnsey?
From his house, probably like 20 minutes.
Okay. So do you have a sense in your mind what time you arrived at the hospital?
It was mid-afternoon, early after, like it was 1, 2-ish. I don't know an exact time.
Okay. Do you have a sense of what time your mother or father dispatched you to pick him up?
It would have been around noonish, probably.
A little earlier than that? Okay, I'm going to show you something in a little bit to refresh your memory on that. But so on the way to the hospital, does he say anything to you?
He was texting and had said something about Tanya being upset because the boys weren't going to be back in time. He had received a phone call, and I remember like I don't want to say heated, but it was in a more intense conversation. And then he had said, I lost my boys, or I lost my kids, something like that.
He said that in the phone conversation or
After.
To you?
Yes.
He said, I lost my boys or I lost my kids?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I don't remember any other specific details.
How long did this phone call last for?
Maybe a couple minutes. I don't remember it lasting very long.
Did he indicate who he was speaking to?
No, but I got the impression that it was Tanya based on like the exchange from his end, because I could only hear his end.
Okay. You couldn't hear the other voice at all?
No.
Okay. What was it about that, his voice and his exchange, that made you think he was speaking to Tanya?
He had said something about the boys being at a friend's house or something like that, and I assumed it was to Tanya because they have a custody agreement.
How long after the phone call ended did he make the statement to you about I've lost the boys or I've lost the kids?
Like immediately after.
What was the tone of his voice when he said that?
I'm trying to think of the right descriptor. Lost.
Lost?
Yeah.
That's how you want to describe it?
Yeah.
His voice sounded lost to you?
Yeah, kind of like he had, I don't know, like he had said it similar to like, I lost the boys. Like, I don't know how to best describe that.
But that's kind of you mimicking how he said it?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you what had happened, how he injured himself?
No.
Did you ask?
I had loosely asked, and then he just kind of brushed it off, and I didn't press because, frankly, I didn't really care.
Okay. I take it you weren't too crazy about getting dispatched to do this work?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Amen.
This is the area, I want you to read the first 2-3 sentences, just to yourself.
Where? Where did you want me to read?
The first 3 sentences.
Okay. Okay.
So did that help refresh your memory on the issue of what time this was occurring?
Yeah.
Tell us what you know now.
It was about 1 o'clock when the call would have been received, and then about 1:15 when I would have been to him and then able to pick him up and drive him.
So you get to the hospital. What happens next?
I had pulled up to the hospital. I'd asked him if he needed help, and I went in and I got the wheelchair. I wheeled it out. I helped him into the wheelchair, and I wheeled him inside. I asked if he wanted me to stay. He said no. And then I asked if he had anyone to pick him up, and he had said yes. And then I asked if he needed anything else, and he said no. And so I left.
No further questions. Mr. Amadeo may have some questions for you.
Good morning, how are you? So, you were 18 and you were dispatched to go pick up John on Thanksgiving Day of 2010, is that correct?
It was Black Friday, wasn't it?
Was it Black Friday?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay. So, do you remember the date?
The 26th, right?
Okay. And can you describe, you said John was injured. What did you actually see when he walked in? Can you explain how he's leaning up against the table? What do you see when you walk in?
He was in a robe and pajama pants and slippers. He was leaning heavily on the dining room table, which is just off to the left when you walked into the house. He was heavily favoring his leg that was closest to the table, from what I recall. And the other was mostly lifted off the ground, like maybe his toes were touching the ground.
Okay. And what time did you pick him up?
It was about 1:15.
Okay. And you went to what hospital again?
Fulton County in Wauseon, Ohio.
And about how far was that from Morenci?
About 20 minutes, give or take.
Okay. Now, was he texting anybody while in the car?
Yeah,
Okay. Could you describe the texting was like? Was it frantic? Was it calm?
it was frantic.
Okay.
He was texting rapidly.
And did he say anything to you while he's texting?
He didn't say a ton while he was texting that I recall.
Okay. What did you guys talk about in the car? Did you have much conversation with John at all?
No. He talked about like what he said, where he like had said I lost the boys, and then he was on the phone call and he was texting a good portion of that ride.
So, to be clear, and correct me if this is wrong, from your impression, he was texting frantically and he sounded lost when he talked to you about his children?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
May she be excused.
She may.
No objection.
You may step down, give your name and report when you wish. Can I call your next witness?
We're going to call Lisa Kern as the next witness.
Please come right up here. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is that?
Yes.
Please scoot right up to that microphone. Now that does not amplify your voice, so it's going to be really important that you speak your answers nice and loudly, as opposed to shrugging your shoulders or shaking your head, or uh-uhs and uh-uhs, yeses and nos, because this is videotaped, not videotaped, it's audio taped only. Please give me your full name and spell both for the record.
Lisa Kern, Leisa Kern.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today. You have to say yes or no. You don't say yes or no to that one, but thank you for being here today. Make sure you say yes or no,
Thank you.
okay? Do you know John Skelton?
Yes,
How do you know him?
he's my nephew.
Explain that family tree for us. How is he your nephew?
He's my oldest sister's son,
Okay. And what is your oldest sister's name?
Roxanne.
And that would be John's mom.
Yes,
So during 2010, where were you living?
on White Pine Highway.
Is that a Morenci mailing address?
Yes,
So that's just to the west of town, right?
yes.
And roughly how far is that away from where John and Tanya lived on Congress Street?
I think about 3 miles, 4 miles.
In that neighborhood with you at that time, who else was living in that direct vicinity of you?
My brother lived across the road, and my nephew lived right beside them.
So your brother's name is
Richard
Richard, last name,
O'Brien.
and was he married at that time?
Yes,
Was his wife living with him at that house in
Yes.
2010? What is her name?
Charlene.
And you indicated that your nephew, be Richard's son,
Yes,
lived next door to him, again across the street, and kind of sort of kitty corner from you?
yes.
Okay. What's his name?
Brian.
Last name is O'Brien?
Yes.
And in November of 2010, was anybody else living with him at that address?
No. I can't recall.
Did he have a girlfriend at that time?
Yes.
What was her name? What is her
Renee.
name? Renee? Did they subsequently become husband and wife?
Yes.
So these places that you're talking about, you're still living where that you lived then,
Yes.
and Charlene O'Brien still lives across the street,
Yes.
but her husband, your brother, has since passed away.
Yes.
And next to them, where Brian was living, he still lives there.
Yes.
And Renee, the girlfriend, are they married now?
Yes.
And they live together at that residence?
Yes.
Does anybody else live there at that residence
At
besides them?
Brian and
Yes.
Renee's?
Yes.
Yes, their youngest son,
What is his name?
Briley.
And your husband passed away as well, is that correct?
Yes.
When did he pass away?
He passed away in 2016.
Maybe. I'm sorry. When did your brother pass away?
4 years ago, I want to say.
Okay. Again, I'm sorry. Back in the vicinity of November of 2010, were you aware that Mr. Skelton was going through a divorce with
Yes.
Tanya? If you recall, when did you first become aware of that?
Oh, I really don't recall. I know they were having problems and they were separated. But
Go ahead.
probably 2-3 weeks maybe that I knew that they were having problems.
Prior to the time that they were having these problems and separated, would they on occasion come to your house together?
Yes,
Tell us would they bring the boys?
yes.
Tell us how often, what they would do when they arrived out there.
Oh, when I had the pool, when it was summer, they would swim in the pool, play around, but most times they went across the road because there was small kids over there and I didn't have any young kids.
Okay.
So there was more for them to do across the road.
So they were playing over there.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what kids they were playing with over there?
Brian's little ones.
Back in 2010, Brian had some younger children living there?
Yeah, Brian had a house full.
Okay. Do you remember how many kids were living there back then?
9.
9 kids plus Brian.
Yeah, and plus Renee.
Renee was living there then?
Yes.
In 2010?
Yes.
Okay. So how often do you think that prior to the separation, how often would they come over?
I'm not really sure. Like I say, most of the time they went across the road.
Okay.
They would stop occasionally at my house, but mostly across the road.
So when he would come to your house, where would he park in your driveway?
Everybody always pulls to the top of the driveway and comes through the back door.
Is the driveway kind of a long driveway?
Yes.
And the house kind of sits back on a hill or an area away from the road?
Yeah.
And historically, traditionally, that's what John Skelton did?
Yeah, everybody comes through the back door.
Okay. After the separation occurred, did they come out there, Tanya, John, and the boys at all?
No. John would occasionally.
Okay. Would he bring the boys?
Yes, when he had them.
Okay. If you know, from roughly mid-September to Thanksgiving time, how many times would John come out with the boys?
Oh, I don't recall.
Okay. But do you recall him bringing the boys out during that stretch of time at all?
It's possible. It's been a long time. It's possible.
Okay. Do you have an independent memory of any of that?
No. Like I say, they used to go across the road mainly because of the little kids, and it gave the boys somebody to play with.
All right. Prior to Thanksgiving of 2010, do you have a recollection when you would have last spoken to John Skelton?
Maybe three weeks, maybe.
Okay.
But that was when I went over, if he was at my brother's house, and I would walk across the road to go see him.
Okay. Do you recall anything in particular that he said to you on that day?
No.
Okay. Did you have Thanksgiving meal celebration at your house that year?
I think we went across the road to Charlie and Richard's for Thanksgiving.
So Charlie is what you call Charlene?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who was there that day for that Thanksgiving celebration?
It would have been my husband, myself, Charlene and Richard, all of Brian's kids, Brian and Renee.
Okay.
There was always, the door was open for everybody.
Was there any talk about John and the boys coming to Thanksgiving that year?
I don't recall. I'm sure they were invited.
Okay. Did they appear that year for Thanksgiving?
I don't think so.
Okay. So moving forward from Thanksgiving of 2010 to the next day. So we're talking about the morning of the 26th. Do you have recollection of seeing John that day?
There was one morning, I'm not sure which morning it was, but my husband and I were sitting having coffee watching the news, and John came to the door. It was about 6:30, 6:45 that morning, and he came in and handed me a camcorder and a a USB drive for a computer and told me to hold it. And I asked him if he wanted a cup of coffee, and he said no, the boys were in the van. And I said, well, go get the boys and bring them in and have a cup of coffee. He said, no, they're sleeping. So he left.
Okay. Where did he park at?
He was parked by the road.
Not in his normal spot.
No, he was at the end of the driveway at the road.
Okay, you were saying this is, you thinking 6:30, quarter to 7 in the morning.
Yes.
I'm going to show you in a second something to help refresh your memory on the time and date and things of that nature. Did he say anything to you in particular about the camcorder, what you were to do with it?
He told me to hold it, not to give it to anybody without a warrant.
He used that phrase?
Yes.
Not to give it to anybody without a warrant.
Yes.
Did he explain why?
No.
Did you keep it for him at that time?
I took it. He left.
Okay. How long was he in the house for on this event?
Maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Not long.
So he said the boys were in the van.
Yes.
And did he say they were sleeping?
When I told him, we'll go get the boys and bring them in, he said, they're sleeping.
Did you offer to walk down and say hello to the boys?
He said he was busy. He had to go.
Did he say anything to you when he left?
Bye, Aunt Lisa. Love you.
Did he say anything to his Uncle Tim?
He told him, goodbye, Uncle Tim.
Tell him he loved him too?
Anybody hardly ever told Tim they loved him, other than the little kids. Adults, I think, are too proud for that.
Okay. So, you're familiar with his background to some degree, correct?
Yes.
And there was a period of time when he wasn't living in Morenci.
Yes.
When he wasn't living in Morenci, did you still have communications with him?
We went to Alaska to go halibut fishing, and we spent almost 10 days there with him.
Okay. Where at in Alaska?
Anchorage.
And that was where he was living then?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what year that was?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Okay.
It was before, well, when we came back, my brother drove with him back across to bring some more of his stuff, and that's when he moved to Michigan.
Okay. So back when you guys went to Alaska, who went to Alaska?
Myself, my brother Richard, Charlene, and a friend of ours from Cub Lake.
Do you remember that person's name?
Bob Huff.
Okay. Huff?
Huff. Huff.
Thank you. When you visited in Alaska, did you stay at John's home?
Yes, for a couple of days. He was moving out of his apartment.
It was an apartment?
Yes.
Okay. During that stretch of time, was he married?
I think they were still married, but they had separated.
This would have been his first wife?
Yes.
And her name was?
Michelle.
Okay. Did you know her?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know their daughter?
Yes. Katie? Yes.
Katie? Was Katie in Alaska when you were there?
No.
So your brother drove John and himself back from Alaska?
Yes.
All the way?
Yes.
In whose vehicle, if you recall?
John's.
Okay. And was John relocating?
Yes, he was moving to Michigan.
And where did he move into initially when he came back to Michigan? Or
My
came to
nephew.
Michigan?
My nephew's.
Brian's house?
Yes.
Across the street there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall him living there for a period of time?
Yes.
Roughly how long, if you remember?
I'm not sure how long he was there.
Okay.
He was there with Katie.
At some point in time, did John move out of Brian's residence and move to somewhere else in the same area?
He moved out of Brian's.
Okay, where did he move to, if you know?
I'm not sure where he went after he moved out of Brian's.
Was he still in the Morenci area?
Yes.
Do you know at this point in time whether or not he was working?
That I couldn't tell you.
Do you know approximately when after he arrived back in Michigan that he met Tanya?
No.
Okay. Did you ever, was there a period of time when Katie was living with him in Morenci?
Yes. When he was living with Brian, she lived with him.
Okay. And at some point in time, Katie custody changed and went to the mother?
Yes.
Do you remember that sequence?
Yes. She flew up and she stayed the night with me, got Katie, and flew back home.
Was John angry with you because you let her stay at your house?
I don't think John was.
Was somebody?
His mom.
Your sister?
Yes.
Okay.
She was upset because I let Michelle stay there. And I don't know why. Michelle never did anything to me. She needed a place to stay for the night.
Okay. So after custody of Katie switched from John to Michelle, did you ever see Katie again?
Yes.
When did you see her?
She came up to stay with Tanya and John for, I think it was around Christmas time, because my husband and I took all the kids to the Winter Wonderland in Toledo.
At the zoo?
No, it was in, I think at the Lucas County Fairgrounds at the time.
Gotcha. Okay. And was that the only time you saw Katie in person? Or was there another time?
No, off and on while she was up to John and Tanya's.
For visitation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever babysit Katie?
Well, not really, but kinda.
What does that mean?
Well, when they lived across the road, she would come across and play on the swing in the front yard.
You okay, Ms. Hunter? Approach the witness, Hunter. Okay, I'm going to show you the statement you gave to the FBI way back when in November of 2010. And I'm going to ask you to read to yourself, not the whole thing, but just this area that I kind of blocked with my pen, okay?
Okay. Okay.
So having read that, does that help you refresh your memory a bit as to the date and time of the visit we've been discussing?
I think that is the time is off because it was earlier than 7:15.
So you're thinking it was earlier than 7:15 on the 26th of November after Thanksgiving?
Yes, it was, well, it was still dark out. It was around 6:30, 6:45.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. I have no further questions this time.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine.
So you mentioned going to Alaska with John. What'd you guys do in Alaska?
We went halibut fishing.
And your brother drove John back from Alaska?
Yes.
How long of a trip was that?
They got back before our plane landed when we got back. But they left the day before.
Sounds like a hike.
Apparently, I wished I would have been in the truck with them. But it was fun.
Now you had a pool at your house, correct?
Yes.
And did John help fill the pool every year?
He did 1 year.
Okay. And Mr. Hartung showed you a police report. You think the police report was inaccurate on the time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, what was your relationship like with John?
He was my nephew. I mean, I loved him. I love him, but I didn't see him a whole lot when he was growing up because his dad was in the military.
Okay.
And we lived one state, they lived in California. We lived in another state, and they lived in Illinois. So we didn't really see much of one another when he was growing up.
And Roxanne is his mother and your sister, correct?
Yes.
Do you get along with Roxanne?
Yeah.
Have you guys been in touch recently?
No.
Okay. Now, you said that the kids would hang across the road when they came to your house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you explain that? What was across the road? Was that like a playground area or anything?
No, but there was a lot of kids over there, more toys. All I had was 2 little grandsons, and they didn't live close to me, so they weren't there all the time. But Brian's little kids were always there.
Now, you mentioned a camcorder that was dropped off on the 26th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you ever look what was the contents of the camcorder?
No, I didn't.
Did the police ever get the camcorder?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how the police did? Did they come to your house requesting it?
No, the day after, my husband and I were gone.
Okay.
And I think we went to our friend's house in Toledo. And we got back early evening, and my sister-in-law had come over and asked if I'd seen the boys. I said no. And she said, well, they're missing. And I said, oh my God. And I said, well, he was just here. He gave me a camcorder and the USB. She said, well, we need to take it up to the police department. And I said, I'm not going anywhere right now. And she said, I'll take it. So she took it up to Chief Weeks.
Now, did the children hang at your house much?
Pardon me?
Did the children hang with your house often when they were growing up?
The John's kids?
Yeah.
They would come over occasionally, yeah.
And did you get to witness John interact with his boys?
Yeah.
What kind of father do you think John was?
Well, he was a loving father. He was the boys were happy with him. He played with them.
Did you ever see John abuse his children in any way?
No.
Did you ever see him raise his voice in any way?
If they'd start doing something bad, he'd tell them to knock it off, but
Do you ever get physical with them?
no.
Would it be fair to say you described him as a loving father that truly loved his children?
Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further, man.
Any redirection?
You said you did not watch anything on the camcorder, right?
No, I didn't.
Did your husband?
I don't know.
Okay. And did Mr. Skelton explain to you at all why a warrant would be needed to get those things from you?
No.
You didn't wait for a warrant.
No.
When you found out that the boys were missing, you turned those over to Charlene,
Yes.
and she took them to the police.
Yes.
When do you recall yourself individually? When was the last time you saw the boys alive?
I don't recall. I really don't recall.
And if they were in that van on November 26th at 6:45 or whatever time it was in the morning, and you asked to go see them, he said you couldn't.
Well, he didn't say no. He just told me they're sleeping. And I was in my house coat, my nightgown, and not just going to walk out with my house coat and a nightgown. And he said they were sleeping.
He wouldn't bring them
So-
into the house.
No.
Okay.
I asked him to bring them in, have a cup of coffee. He said they were sleeping.
He had things to do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Brief. Do you have any reason to believe John would want to hurt his children?
No.
Thank you.
you never knew and were never aware at any point in time of any of the exchanges, whether they be in email form or text form or telephone form, having to do between John and Tanya?
I'm going to object to
No.
leading testifying.
No, I don't know that it's leading.
It's not leading at all.
Were
The
you aware?
Okay, how about this commentary? Yesterday there was an objection. I was making commentary. He literally provided everything he wants her to say.
No, I don't think it's a leading question. I don't think it's a commentary. Yours was an editorial side that was kind of snarky. This is a question about specifically whether she had any knowledge of any of those things going between Tanya and John. I don't see it as leading. I'm going to allow the question and the answer.
Do you recall that question I tried to ask you?
Please repeat it.
Okay, thank you. Leading up to the boys becoming missing on November 26th of 2010, were you aware of any of the messages, phone calls, texts, emails, any of the exchanges between John and Tanya on November 25th, November 26th?
No.
No further questions.
Nothing from me. Thanks.
You may step down. You should be excused.
Yes.
No objection.
You may be excused. You may call your next witness.
The people would call Christine Hawker.
Ms. Hawker, come on up. Right here at the witness box. You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ms. Hawker, please take the witness stand and give me your first and last name and vote for the record.
First and last name, Chris Hawker.
Spell them both.
Oh, I'm sorry. CHRISHAWKER.
Ms. Hawker, this is being audio taped, but not videotaped, so it's going to be very important that you use yes, no's, shrugging your head, or shrugging your shoulders, shaking your head, or and because those are really hard to transcribe either as a yes or a no. If you'll scoot right up, that will help us catch your testimony on the audio tape. It will not amplify your voice, so you'll need to speak nicely. All right?
Yes.
You may inquire.
Good morning, Ms. Hawker.
Good morning.
Where were you living at in 2010?
We were living in Napoleon, Michigan.
Do you know an Adam Johnson?
Yes, that's my uncle.
And where was Adam Johnson living at that time?
On Congress Street in Morenci.
In Morenci, Michigan?
Yes.
And in 2010, did you go to your Uncle Adam's house for Thanksgiving?
Yes, we did.
Who's we? Who did you go with?
The family.
All right.
Husband and 2 daughters.
And in 2010, what was your husband's name?
Steve.
And you had your 2 daughters. How old were they?
Alyssa was 13 and Kelsey was 17.
Is your Uncle Adam still around today?
No, he passed July 2024.
I am sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
What did Adam do there in Morenci?
He ran a local hardware store.
Do you know how long he ran that hardware store for?
Oh, he moved in 1980, so I would say somewhere around there.
Did you spend a lot of time with your Uncle Adam?
We always went down for Thanksgiving.
So every year, same thing, family would do?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you.
That particular Thanksgiving in 2010, do you recall what time you got to Adam's house?
No, I do not. I would think noonish. 12.
Is there a full house, or is it just you, your husband, kids, Adam?
Adam and Gail, Aunt Gail, and then their daughter, their 2 sons, her husband, my aunt, and her husband.
I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 2. Do you see your uncle's house where he was living on Congress Street at that time?
Yes, it's the one on the left, the taller.
So this photograph, there's a house on the far left, a house directly next to it, and then you can see a garage carport and maybe a portion of another house. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And the house that was your Uncle Adam's is the one that's closest to you in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys sit down to have dinner. Do you notice anything going on outside?
Yes, it was right before dinner.
Do you know what time you ate dinner?
Between 2 and 2:30, we were sitting down.
What do you notice?
Everyone was getting the food on the table, and I was cleaning up the appetizer table, which is right by the windows of their kitchen.
Okay. I'm going to have you stand up and don't say anything when you're up. Just point to the windows that you're referring to. Go ahead and have a seat. So for the record, I'd indicate
We do have the point B. It's
oh, perfect. Perfect.
And I use the term advisedly, yes.
I keep forgetting to bring my pointer down. I apologize. So for the record, I'd indicate she's pointing on the west side of the house, the second set of windows furthest away from the street. Is that
correct?
Yes.
I'll stipulate that, Judge.
Okay. So you're cleaning up the appetizers. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then what?
I noticed 2 boys jumping off of a wood structure, which was in the Skelton yard. And my mother instinct kind of kicked in that they really shouldn't have been doing that. It had rained that day, and it was cold, and they were dressed in just hooded sweatshirts.
Okay. So it was raining at the time, or it had rained prior?
It had rained that day, and it was colder.
All right. So sweatshirts, no jackets.
Yes.
And I'm going to have you look at People's Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the wood structure they were jumping off of.
Okay. Did you notice anything else about the boys?
No, nothing. They were just kept climbing up and jumping off.
And you indicated that you only saw 2 boys in the backyard. Do you know who the boys were?
I had never met the boys, but my uncle was in the kitchen at the time, and I said something to him, and he came over and identified the boys.
Okay, and so is he watching this? Is he standing at the window with you at the time they were jumping off this platform?
Yes.
Okay, and who did he identify those boys as?
Andrew and Alexander.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Morning.
Morning.
Now, you said your motherly instincts kicked in when you saw this. What was your concern?
That they were jumping off of a structure that was up high.
Appear to be dangerous?
Yes.
Okay. Did they appear to be having fun?
Yes.
Like mischievous?
Yes.
Okay. And from what you could see, did they look to be in well conditioned, or were they in a bad situation?
They looked all right, short of not having proper clothing.
And it rained. Was it cold as well?
Yes.
All right. So to be clear, these kids are jumping off this structure. They're probably not clothed well enough, and it was cold and rainy, and that's a dangerous situation, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any regret?
No, nothing further. She can be excused, Your Honor.
May she be excused, Mr. Amadeo?
No objection, Judge.
You may step down, you may stay in the courtroom if you wish, but you are welcome to leave.
Thank you.
The people would call Renee O'Brien.
Ms. O'Brien, if you'll come right up here to the witness stand. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. O'Brien, give me your full name, spelling both for the record.
Renee Lynn O'Brien, RenneeObrien.
Get that first spelled incorrectly. Ms. O'Brien, this is being audio taped but not videotaped, so it's going to be very important that you use your words instead of doing an shaking your head or lifting your shoulders,
Okay.
because we won't know whether it's a positive
Right.
or negative response. That does not amplify your voice, but it does record for the purposes of a transcript. All right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Where were you living at in 2010?
In Hillsdale on Card Road.
Did you know John Skelton back in 2010?
No, sir, ma'am, I did not.
Were you familiar with the name?
I
John
was
Skelton?
familiar with the name, but I did not know who he was.
How were
No.
you familiar with the name?
From my husband,
Who's your husband?
Brian O'Brien.
Were you dating him back in 2010?
Yes.
Were you staying at his residence at times?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want the address, but can you just give me the area that was located at where Brian was living?
White Pine Highway out in Morenci.
Okay. Where were you working in 2010?
At the time, it was called Magnum Healthcare on Sand Creek Highway here in Adrian.
What were your hours like?
I worked normally 2:30 in the morning till 6:30 at night.
Do you recall spending the night at the O'Brien residence on the night of Thanksgiving 2010?
Yes.
Did you have to work that following morning?
Yes, I did.
What time did you have to be into work?
I had to be on the floor by 2:30 a.m.
When you left for work that morning, did anything happen that sticks out to you?
I got up for work and I went to go out the front door and I tripped over a duffel bag. And so I went back in the house and I was like, I woke Brian up because he was sleeping and I said, why is there a duffel bag on the porch? And he said, well, your brother's going to spend the night. And I'm like, no, my brother's not here. And then I left him and I went on to work.
Did you ever open that duffel bag?
No, I did not. I did not touch it.
Do you know, were you there when Brian did anything with that
No,
duffel bag?
I was already at work.
Okay. Once you got to work, did anybody contact you about that duffel bag at any other point in time?
No.
Did you do anything, did you notice anything else on the porch at that time?
No. All I tripped over was the duffel bag.
Okay, all right. Nothing further.
Examination.
You never met John in your life?
No.
Okay. How many days a week did you work? It sounds like a crazy schedule.
It's healthcare, so sometimes I would work 5, sometimes I would work 6.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, can we approach?
May.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would like to place a handful of things on the record, and because we have 2 additional witnesses for today, and they'll take a little bit longer than what we have left for this morning, so I would like to place a few things on the record, publish the exhibits that we have gotten to this far so the court can review those. And I also believe, Mr. Amadeo, we have stipulated to People's Exhibit 66, which is lab record number 8, and we are just going to read a portion of that into the record, if I could do that at this time.
I have no objection. I've reviewed the lab report. I do know that Prosecutor Wise is going to read only a portion, but we're in possession of the entirety of it.
Okay, just 1 moment. For the record, Ms. O'Brien was excused, and it's my understanding I'm going to put some specifics as it relates to exhibits on the record, and then we'll have a couple of witnesses this afternoon, and then we'll be done for the day, so
That-
we might be early.
That's correct, Your Honor. Sorry. Thank you.
For the record.
Exhibit 66, again, is Michigan State Police, Department of State Police Forensic Science Division Lab Report, record number 8 in this matter. On Tuesday, November 30th, 2010, a 2000 Dodge Grand Caravan was brought to the Lansing Forensic Lab for processing. The vehicle was owned by a male subject whose 3 children, quotation, boys, had been missing since November 25th, 2010. Under the vehicle description portion of that, the 3rd paragraph down details that the vehicle had signs of damage to its exterior. There were dents located on the front driver's side fender, the front passenger side fender, and the passenger side front door. The vehicle also had numerous scratches located on both sides of the vehicle, and the vehicle gas cap door was missing.
No, Judge, no.
As far as People's Exhibit 65, that was played yesterday for the court, that was the interview of John Skelton from January 17th, 2011. There were a number of clips on that video, and the people played the first full hour of the first clip. The next clip was only approximately 1 minute long before they needed to take a break during that interview. The third clip was played from approximately the 1500 hour mark to 15:53 and 20 seconds by stipulation of the parties.
I concur with that, Judge.
And the specific exhibits I would like to publish to the court for review today are Exhibits 17 through 24, Exhibit 65 and 66, and Exhibit 5.
And Your Honor, I've reviewed, I'm in electronic possession of everything, and I'm stipulating to all of them.
court has reviewed received a thumb drive, black and color. The state police lab report as it relates to the 2000 Dodge Grand Caravan. Copy of the complaint for force from September 13th, 2010. Ex parte motion to not change domicile, September 13th, 2010. Next parte order, September 13th, 2010, indicating the domicile of the children should not be changed from the state of Michigan. And the father was to remain for the parties to keep the children in emergency school. September 28th, the parenting time order. Actually, September 28th is a final order regarding return of the children to the state of Michigan from Florida. September 27th, rescinds all previous orders to grant defendant physical custody. Filed by Harvey Consultant. Hearing set October the 18th. A stipulation from October the 11th about parenting time. November 29th, 2010, an ex parte order for exclusive parenting time being given to John Skelton after the boys had reported as missing. Exhibit 5, which is the wooden structure that we're talking about in the testimony regarding the home on Congress owned by Gail and Adam Johnson, and Thanksgiving, the observations of their niece. Anything else that the court should be reviewing?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
Recess, we'll be back at 1:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ryan, please.
Guys, who got this?
Thank you.
That's it? That's it? Oh, look at that. That's great. Definitely get the agenda.
shut my own ankle into a little half door.
Oh, I was like, you are you doing a look on your face when you come to me? I'm like, he's up to no good, but then now he was laughing at himself.
That little bone on the side of your ankle.
Yeah, yeah. I always think about it.
You are in the meeting now.
Is there anybody at the jail on Zoom 2, please? And we're going to have a couple of things going on before we start, so if you would.
Okay.
But it's going to be a couple of minutes. So.
They're gonna have a couple of things. Thanks for calling. Fonseca? Yeah, after the
Yeah.
She's on duty.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry, call for Carrie. I need to call this. I'm sorry.
Who's the one that needs to see?
Barrier needs to speak to my doctor. Do you want some of my paper?
Hey, do that.
She's not sure who's doing it, but she's living it.
I heard it.
Open that video. Oh yeah, just click it. And then that.
Give it any more.
You say Jackie answers here, apparently.
Want a coffee or anything, or a sandwich? Good.
Let's go back.
Which is similar. I mean, it's like all. I would have never usually thought of that.
Ma'am at the jail, can you verify your name for me, please?
Heather Carrier.
Thank you. I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with your attorney, all right?
Okay.
Mike, I'm sorry, that's my fault. Ms. Barrier, you should get a request to join a breakout room. Either hit accept or join. I'm not for sure what comes in over there. Okay?
Yeah, it's like mail it in for sure, and I'll give you a please one. So, yeah. Okay.
All right, please.
Please be seated. This is in the matter of Matthew Fonseca.
Ready or not.
Carly Zilke on behalf of Matthew Fonseca, who is appearing via Zoom from Illinois County Jail. We are here for a bond hearing this afternoon. He does have several cases that he's already in on. We would just ask this bond to mirror those that may be released to rehab. We are already working on that.
The district court says yes.
It's all in district court. Okay, Your Honor, I'm not sure if you remember the other cases. He is active in the Washtenaw County Treatment Court, and that was kind of the circumstances. I have spoken with them, and we're hoping to get that moving. I don't know if that changes anything, but that is the additional context of that.
If there's a need for me to do something, I will.
Okay, I think we can start working on it, and then if he has a bed, we'll probably go ahead and submit an order. Thank you.
This is in the matter of Courier 241000.
Mr. Fonseca, you're all set. Ready or not.
Your Honor, good afternoon. Michael Dagger-Margozzi for Ms. Ferrier. Judge, I have spoken with Ms. McClure on this matter. She is the APA. We are trying to resolve this case. I'm asking for a 1-week adjournment here.
We can do September 2nd at 1 o'clock.
Second at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Mr. Ferrier, you're all set. You can have that.
This is the matter of Skelton 252286, the presumption of the preliminary exam. Here's the witness.
Call Brian O'Brien, Your Honor.
Mr. O'Brien, please come right up here. Right up here.
Yeah. Judge, are they getting Mr. Skelton?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
O'Brien, please raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear or affirm that the information you are about to answer for the prosecution and defense will be true.
I do.
Mr. O'Brien, please give me your full name and spell both first and last.
Brian O'Brien, BRIAN, OBRIEN.
Mr. O'Brien, this is being audio recorded, not video recorded. So it's very important that you use your voice in the answer, because if you nod your head or shrug your shoulders, or even say something, it's really hard to see what you're saying and what your intent is. So
Okay.
Thanks, Your Honor. Mr. O'Brien, do you know John Skelton?
I do.
How long have you known him for, approximately?
Basically my whole life.
Okay. And what is your relationship with him?
Cousins.
Okay. So you live in the, is it White Plain?
White Pine.
White Pine Highway or road area?
Yes.
And back in 2010, who was all living in this area?
John, Tanya, the boys, mom, dad, aunt, and uncle.
Was Tanya living on the White Pine Road?
Oh,
area?
no. Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's-
No,
let's-
just my family.
Okay. And by your family, you mean yourself, your mom, your dad?
Yes.
What are their names?
Richard and Charlene.
And you live right next to each other?
Yes.
And who lived across the street?
My aunt Lisa and Uncle Tim.
Okay. So, was anybody else living at your residence in 2010 in November besides yourself?
No.
Was Renee there part of the time?
She was there a couple days a week.
Okay. Renee was your what in 2010?
Girlfriend.
Okay. And you subsequently got married?
Yes.
What year?
December of 2010.
This is the record, he's in deep trouble.
Sorry.
On the gallery, his wife has responded, and unfortunately, I couldn't hear that, Mr. Hartung.
Renee?
What's that?
What date was it?
December of 2010. December 31st.
There you go.
New Year's Eve wedding. New Year's Eve wedding? Do you recall that? Or I guess we can understand why you wouldn't recall that now, New Year's Eve, right?
We got married down in Florida on the beach.
Okay. All right.
I think you remember the day, just not the year.
Yes.
Good answer, right?
Yes.
Back in 2010, was there a period of time that prior to that John lived at your residence?
Yes.
Prior to 2010.
Yes. When he first moved back from Alaska, him and his daughter Katie lived with me for a short period of time till he got on his feet.
Okay. And by a short period of time, you're meaning how long?
Couple months.
Okay. And did you make that trip with everyone to Alaska?
I did not.
Okay. So when they came back, they brought you a roommate?
Yes.
Okay. And did they bring Katie back at that time too, or did she come separately?
Separately.
Okay. You remember how much after Mr. Skelton, John Skelton arrived and started to live at your house that Katie arrived?
I do not remember.
Okay. Now, prior to that, when he started living there, what were we talking about? Approximately what year? 2000-ish?
I believe so.
That sound about right?
About right.
Were you and he close?
I hadn't seen him in a lot of years prior to that, so no.
Okay. You knew him when you were both children?
On and off.
Okay. And how old are you now?
46.
Okay. As time went on and John's divorce with Michelle was completed, he came to know Tanya, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you know Tanya before that?
I mean, I'd known of her just because we lived in a small town in Rensselaer, but as far as just, I didn't know her personal.
So you didn't introduce him or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So when they started to go out and date together, did they on occasion come to your home?
Not my home specifically, but my parents' home next door.
Right next door?
Yes.
Okay. How often would you see them socially in that regard?
Maybe once a month.
Okay. Did you ever go anywhere else with them?
No.
Okay. As their children were born, did they come out to that area more often or less often?
Maybe more often.
You had some children,
Yes.
and at some point in time, they were spending time at your home as well, right?
Yes.
And Renee had a child or two?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be a situation where Andrew and Alexander and Tanner would play with some of the other kids that were yours or Renee's?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What would they do?
We live on an orchard out there, so they're just outside playing.
Okay. So you live a little west of Morenci, is that correct?
Yes.
And tell us about this land, this area that you live in.
River bottom, a lot of woods, small creek,
Okay.
goes for miles.
The land that your home is on, do you own that or does your mom own that?
Me and my mom together own it now.
Okay, you own it together now?
Yes.
And the property next to you is her property?
Yes.
Or do you own part of that
Well,
too?
I own part of it together.
Okay. And
Like
the house
almost,
across?
almost 5 acres.
Okay. Around 5 acres between the two parcels?
Yes.
Okay. How about across the street where Aunt Lisa lives? She still owns that property today?
She rents it.
Oh, she rents that property. Do you know who the owner is?
Pummels.
What do you know about that land?
That it's been across the road from me for 20-some years.
Is it similar in nature to the property you're describing
Yes.
where you live?
Yes.
And beyond that area, beyond the 5 acres that you and your mom own together, what is the land past that, adjacent to your area?
That river bottom runs for miles. Just woods both sides, creek bottoms, swamps.
Okay. A lot of trees, shrubbery growth in that area?
Yes.
After John moved out of your residence back in the day, I guess is the way to put it, perhaps, do you know where he moved to?
I do not.
Okay. Between the time that prior to the November 2010 incident, moving back from Thanksgiving, when was the last time you would have actually spoken to him? Moving backwards from that.
I don't remember. It would have been a while before that.
Okay. Months, years?
Months.
So it would have been sometime in 2010.
Yeah.
Do you know why you got together and talked to him on that day? Or was it just random?
Just random.
Where was it at, if you recall?
I believe at my parents' house.
Okay. Do you remember if he was there alone or with others?
Usually he always had the boys when he was around.
Okay.
Very, very seldom did he come over alone.
At some point in time, did you, in that summer or fall, did you come to be aware that he was having marital issues?
I did not.
You did not know. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He never told you?
No.
So as we get towards Thanksgiving of 2010, you're not aware that they're going through a divorce?
No.
Okay. Did you ever speak to Tanya during that stretch of time from, say, September to the Thanksgiving?
No, I did not.
Okay. What was the last time prior to Thanksgiving, working backwards, that you would have had an opportunity to speak to Tanya?
I believe last time that I talked to Tanya, I think John and Tanya was still together, and they stopped out to my place for a short time. I lived out on Seneca Highway, and they stopped over just to visit for a very short time.
So that during that stretch of time, you weren't living at the other residence?
For a short time, I moved over there because I bought a new trailer. I hadn't had it moved in yet, so I rented from Roger Wolf on Seneca Highway for a very short time.
Okay. And that would have been in 2010 or 2009?
I'm not sure of the year. I don't remember.
But that's the last time you recall speaking to Tanya?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever do anything with John, like fishing, hunting, bowling, anything, any activities at all?
Never.
So when did you first become aware that the boys were missing?
I can't really remember that either, other than the morning when I found the bag on my porch.
Okay, the bag that Renee ran into?
The Army duffel bag, yes.
Okay. Were you home on that occasion?
Yes.
Do you recall what time it was that she alerted you to this?
I believe she went to work at like 2:30, maybe 3 in the morning, somewhere along them lines, because she worked a weird shift. Then she come and woke me up that she had found a bag on the porch.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I opened it up, had the boys' coats and toothbrushes, and I called my mom and dad, and then it's either Chief Weeks or Don Thompson we got a hold of, and he come and got it.
Did you identify the items in there as belonging to Andrew and Alexander and Tanner? Or did you just speculate to that?
Just speculated.
Okay. So you turned those items over to your mom and dad?
No, I had called them to let them know what I had found on the porch.
Right, and then what happened to the duffel bag with the coats and the toothbrushes in them?
We called the cops.
Okay. Did she take care of that, or did you do that?
I believe my mom called the cops.
So you're talking about Charlene?
Charlene,
okay.
yes.
Okay. And did you have anything further to do with that bag after that point in time?
No.
So as you became aware that the boys were missing, were there searches being put together to look for them?
Absolutely, yes.
Were you involved in that?
Yes.
Tell us of your involvement in those searches.
We searched for miles around the Morenci area, all the river bottom area around my house, behind my house, across the road from my house, over by State Line Farms. We searched for days.
And you were directly involved?
I wasn't a director of it, by no means, but I'm a local guy that's coon hunted and hunted every woods, might as well say, in southern Lenawee County, so I did my part by helping it the best I could.
And you were very familiar with some of that topography, that's some of the land?
Absolutely.
Okay. And for how many days did you participate yourself? How many separate days?
Too many to count.
Hours at a time?
Absolutely.
And as you were doing these searches, how many other people would be involved in these searches with you?
There was times we had 30, 40, 50 people.
Devoting their hours to look for Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner?
Yes.
You said the area around your home, your mom's and Aunt Lisa's, and the river bottom further away from there?
Yes.
You mentioned the area around State Line Farms?
Yes.
And the State Line Farms is a large farm. Are you talking about the area in the Morenci area of State Line Farms or elsewhere?
State Line Farms, right off of 156.
Okay. Other areas besides that you searched?
We were around Pioneer. Man, all over. Like, basically from Morenci to Pioneer.
Different spots along the way?
Yes.
So you're not only in Michigan, you're in Ohio?
Yes.
Did you ever find anything that was considered worthwhile as a clue or anything at all?
Nothing.
When were those searches called off eventually, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Was it a good week or two later?
It was definitely later. There was people that even showed up months later and still had their own little searches going.
Okay. Did you participate in any of those?
I did not at that time.
Okay. Do you know, if you know, I'll strike that. So, between the end of the searches, following the searches for you ending anyway, did at some point in time you have a chance to talk directly with Mr. Skelton?
I went down to Lucas County Jail to try to talk to him to see if I could get any kind of information to find out where the boys is at. Figuring since I was family that he would have something to say, but it was a big no.
Did he, how was that set up for you to go down there? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
And when you met with Mr. Skelton at the Lucas County Jail, how did you meet him? Did you sit across from a table, or were you on the phone with him, closed circuit TV? How was it done?
Across from the table.
So you were very close to him?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he say about where the boys were?
That he gave them away and he didn't remember to who.
You didn't remember who he gave them to?
No.
But he gave them away?
Yeah.
Did he say why he gave them away? To you?
No.
Did you talk about anything else that you could recall?
No, I just tried to get any kind of information that I could get to help find the boys.
Did he indicate at all where he thought they might be?
Not that I remember.
And this, when he was at the Lucas County Jail, we're talking early December of 2010. Does that sound accurate?
I believe so.
Was this, are you sure this was after the searches had ended?
No, I think this might have been before. It would have been right about the time frame right after he tried to hang himself.
Okay, so were the searches for the boys still going on in the community then, if you recall?
I don't think the searches ever stopped being.
Well, I mean the major searches that you participated in.
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether or not you told Mr. Skelton that you'd been searching for his boys?
I did not.
Anything else? No further questions. Now, Mr. Amadeo may have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Do you remember the day the duffel bag was left at your house? The date?
I do not remember the date.
Do you remember what time of day it was?
2:33 in the morning, I do believe.
Okay. Now, did you immediately search the duffel bag?
I don't recall if I searched it at 3 in the morning or not.
But you did eventually search it, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say search it. I opened it up.
Okay. What did you see when you opened it up?
3 little kids' coats.
Okay.
And 3 toothbrushes.
Is there blood or any damage to the clothing?
I never took them out.
Okay. And you called the police immediately?
Yes.
Okay. Did the police interview you?
No.
Have the police ever interviewed you?
Yes.
Okay. What was the contents of those interviews? Do you remember? And do you remember when they occurred?
I don't remember exact date.
Okay. What did you guys talk about when the police interviewed you? What did they ask you? Do you remember that?
Well, if I knew anything about where the boys could be, or that's about it.
Did the police give you their insight about things, or did they simply ask you questions?
They never gave me their insight.
Okay. Now, before you went to go meet John at the jail, did you meet with the police prior to that?
I believe the police are The investigator's the one that worked with me to go down to see if I could talk to John to try to get some whereabouts of what happened to the boys or where the boys was at. Or
Okay. So I want to be really clear on this. Before you went to the jail, did the investigators ask you to do so? Did they coordinate the trip for you?
I believe so.
Okay. So in essence, you were working for the police to try to get information, correct?
No, I was working for the boys.
At the request of the police?
Per request of our family.
Okay. Did your family all believe that John was guilty?
Your Honor, object to the question as an inappropriate question at this stage.
Well, he said he was at the request of the family. I think it's a fair question. Sure. Did your family want you to gather information from John?
Well, absolutely.
And did your family believe that John was behind this?
He's the last one that had the boys, so yes.
Did he ever confess to hurting his boys?
No.
Did you see him with his boys regularly?
When I seen John, he had his boys.
And do you have children yourself?
Between me and the wife, we have 10.
Okay. So you know a lot about parenting, correct?
Yeah.
Did John appear to love his children?
Yeah.
Did you ever see him abuse his children?
No.
Did you ever see him do anything off color with his children?
No.
Did he appear like a loving father?
I'd say yes.
How did you see him interact with Tanya, his wife?
Yes.
What were those interactions like? How would you describe them?
I thought they seemed like any other normal couple when they were together.
Did he appear to love Tanya?
Yeah.
Now, you were familiar with the area you were searching, correct?
Yes.
And what do you say? How many people do you think were searching? Did you say up to 50 possibly at one time?
Yeah.
Okay. How long did those searches occur, if you know? When did they start and finish, to the best of your knowledge? I know you said they were really stopped. When were the heavy searches occurring, if you remember?
As soon as everybody figured out that the boys were missing.
And did the people that were searching have similar knowledge to you of the area? Did they know the area well?
A lot of them did. Some people had no idea.
Did you find anything on those searches that would lead to my client being guilty of a crime?
No.
Any important evidence that was provided to the police during any of those searches?
No.
Nothing further this time. Thank you.
Who drove you to the Lucas County Jail?
Jennifer, at the time, would have been O'Brien.
And who is she to you?
Well, she was married to my cousin.
Back in 2010?
Yes.
Okay. When I asked you questions earlier, you believed that your mom called the police about the duffel bag, but when Mr. Amadale asked you the question, you indicated that you called the police. Were you referring to as you as in your family, or did...
As family.
So do you believe your mom called the police or dad?
It would have been my mom if...
Okay. So Mr. Amadeo asked you if these searches revealed any information that might link Mr. Skelton to any crime against his children. You recall that question?
Yes.
The items that you recovered on the porch were 3 young boys' coats and 3 toothbrushes, right?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
In that duffel bag, sir, was there also a pair of black overalls that was for an adult?
Not sure.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Yes.
No objection.
You may step down and may leave the building, or you may stay if you wish. Call your next witness.
The people would call Charlene O'Brien.
Brian. We tell you that this is being audio recorded but not video recorded, so we won't be able to see you in the court's document. But we'll be able to hear your answers as long as you speak them.
Well, I got a big mouth, so you'll probably hear me.
Okay. For example, if you shake your head, you're not going to have an answer.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to be really careful, if you can be, about answering verbally yes or no.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
And that does not increase the volume of your voice, so you're going to speak nice and loud.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please give your full name for the record, spelling both.
Charlene O'Brien, Charlene O'Brien, Obrien.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May I inquire?
Believe it or not, Miss O'Brien, I can hardly hear you, and I know it's because I got air blasting from the
Okay.
side. Someone
I'll
asked
try
me
to be
talk.
louder.
Thank you.
Okay.
We just heard a lot of testimony about the O'Brien clan, for lack of a better term, living out on White Pine Highway out there in Morenci. And would you be a member of that group
Yeah, I
living
own
out
property.
there? Okay, you own property out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your son is Brian O'Brien, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. In 2010, who was living in your home with you?
My husband, but he's passed.
I'm sorry to hear that. Prior to 2010, well, strike that. Did you know John Skelton?
Yes.
How did you know John Skelton?
Family, my husband.
So he was related on your husband's side?
Yes.
And would your husband have been related to John's mom?
Sister.
That would be his sister?
Yes.
All right. How long had you known John prior to 2010?
Years. I didn't see him a lot, but I knew him for years.
And did you know Tanya?
Yes, I did.
And did you know Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner?
I sure did. They were awesome boys.
How often would you see John and the boys?
They would come out, and we'd have a cookout on the weekends. Not every weekend, but a lot of weekends. And the boys would come out and play, and my husband would take them on the four-wheeler, and they'd romp around the yard and have fun. And, yeah.
Anytime that John came out, did he have the boys with him?
And Tanya, yes.
And Tanya, okay. Was there a point in time that it was just John and the boys, or just John coming to visit without Tanya?
No, I don't remember ever Tanya not being there. Yeah.
Do you remember a time when John discussed some marital problems he was having with Tanya?
Absolutely. Right at my kitchen table.
Do you recall when that began?
It was like a week before Thanksgiving, somewhere in that time frame.
A week before Thanksgiving?
I believe so, yeah.
In 2010?
Yes.
And this is the first time you're hearing from John that there's some problems in his marriage?
Yeah.
And tell me about that conversation.
Well, he came to the house, and my husband and I were sitting at the table, and he said, I need to talk to you guys. So we said, what do you need to talk about? And he's like, I don't know what to do. And he was rambling on about Tanya this and Tanya that, supposed to be messing with their kids, which we didn't believe it. Still don't. And I said, then do the right thing and call the authority. He goes, I already talked to Chief Weeks, and he ain't doing nothing about it. And I said, well, that's not true, because when my granddaughters needed help from what happened to them, Chief Weeks and the Lenawee Sheriff, and they were all out there. My house within 10 minutes, so I knew that was a lie.
Did you tell him that you knew that he wasn't being truthful?
Absolutely.
What did you tell him to do then?
Tell the truth. What's going on, you know? And he said, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. And we said, don't do that. And he says, well, I'm gonna. And then he got mad at us, and out the door he went. And then I guess a week later is when I got a phone call from Chief Weeks asking if the boys was there. And I said, what boys? He goes, the Skelton boys. I said, no, I ain't seen them for a while. I go, why? And he said, they're missing. I said, oh my God. Yep.
Prior to that conversation, you said it was at your dining room table? Is that what
Yes.
Prior to that conversation at your dining room table, when was the last time that you saw the boys?
It was before that. I never seen them again after that.
Okay. Do you know approximately?
It was, I don't know, probably weeks, way before that happened.
You think
maybe months before I seen the boys. I mean, I'm not sure.
So you're sitting at the table having this conversation. Do you recall who was all at the table?
My husband, myself, and John.
Anybody else?
Nope. And he'd already said he quit his job, and we said that was stupid, because it was.
Did he tell you of any intent to leave the state of Michigan?
Nope, because he knew we were not happy when he took out the first time with the kids. So we were the last ones to know about that.
During the time that he's having the conversation with you at the dining room table, is he also expressing any feelings towards Tanya?
Oh, that's all he talked about. He was like obsessed over her.
He was what?
He was like obsessed over her.
What was he saying?
Oh, I love her and she don't love me. And we said, well, that sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
Is this the same conversation where he's telling you that she's messing with the boys?
Yes. And I said, I don't believe that. I said, and the reason why is because she was the only one I could trust to take my 3 little granddaughters to watch after what they went through. She was the only person I could trust, and she was wonderful with them. And my granddaughters was happy with her.
Did you question his statements to you about loving her and wanting her back and wanting to be with her?
No. Okay. No. It was all about him, I think.
Were there times when you did other things with John, such as hunting, fishing?
Never.
Bingo.
I've never fished with him, and I've never hunted with him because I fish, but I don't hunt. So, no.
Do you know?
I've never invited him for a holiday dinner. Never. So, but I'm the type of person, if you come to my house and we're eating something, and if you're hungry, come on in, because we always got extra, no matter who you are.
All right, we'll get to Thanksgiving Day.
Okay.
In a minute. So I'm going to briefly go back to the conversation at the dining room table.
Okay.
Is John saying that anything about custody of the boys at this time?
No, he just said he was taking matters into his own hand, and we told him, you're being dumb. You need to call the authority because they will be there. I know from experience.
And then you said he got mad and left the
Yep.
house?
He wasn't there much longer, and out the door he went. We never heard back from him again.
I'm going to fast forward to Thanksgiving Day 2010.
Okay.
Do you recall what you did on Thanksgiving Day?
Made dinner, like I do every year.
And I believe you already testified. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You didn't have any plans for John to come over that
Nope.
Thanksgiving?
I've never invited him for dinner my whole life.
Okay.
Never. So, guess I'm the mean aunt. I don't know.
Do you know if anybody else, Lisa or Brian, had invited him over for Thanksgiving dinner?
No, they didn't.
Friday morning, November 26th. Do you recall that day?
I sure do, and I got the phone call from Chief Weeks.
Tell me about it.
It was early in the morning, and he called me to see if the boys was there, because he knew they'd come out and play. And I said, what boys? And he said, the Skelton boys. I said, no. I said, why? He said, because they're missing. I said, oh my God. And a couple of days later, my husband, he had bad health, and he got put in the hospital, and he heard about it from laying in the hospital bed. So he released himself out of the hospital when they were searching, when my son had him searching for the boys around their property and everywhere. And that's how he heard about it, because I didn't tell him. He was too sick.
When you say on your property, were you searching on your property for the boys?
No, I was trying to get my husband maintained after he took himself out of the hospital, but everybody was around searching. Okay. You know, behind us, the 80 acres that I don't own behind us and across the road. And I just said, look wherever you got to look. I'll help in any way I can. I said that from day one, and I still will to this day.
You said there's about 80 acres behind your house?
Behind us, yes.
Okay. And is that, what kind of landscape is that, terrain is that?
It's kind of wet back in the one section, I guess. They call it a swamp area, but I don't ever go back there, so. Okay. I mean, some parts are nice. You can actually walk to the neighbors through the woods, but I don't go back there.
And then there's also woods back there?
Correct.
Were you home at 6:45 to 7:30 a.m. Friday morning, the 26th?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall anything about that morning?
No, the only thing, my son said there was a bag on his porch, and I didn't even know anybody was there.
Do you recall approximately when, so when you say your son, are you talking about Brian?
Yes.
Do you know when Brian came to you and indicated there was a...
I don't remember exact time.
Okay.
But then I called the authority, and they came out to his house, and they collected the bag.
And were you
and
there?
Opened it up.
Were you
I
there?
was standing out in the yard, yes.
Okay, what do you recall the contents of that bag being?
As soon as they opened it, I seen 3 little coats.
Did you recognize the coats?
I thought I did, but I wasn't 100% sure. But I only knew 3 little boys that had 3 little coats like that, and it was cold.
Okay. What 3 little boys did it make you think of?
Andrew, Alex, and Tanner.
What else do you remember seeing in the bag?
I thought I seen a couple toothbrushes in there, but I'm not positive because I didn't like dig in the bag.
Do you remember anything else?
No, I didn't even want to look in there. Because when I found out the kids was missing, it broke my heart because we love them boys.
Prior to finding out they were missing, did that discovery of that bag concern you at all?
Well, I didn't know nothing about it till all that happened, and it happened so fast.
Okay, so
I mean, and I didn't even know he went to Lisa's, or if I didn't know. The kids found a container of Christmas stuff that was broke, and a sled, which I believe was Tanya's, and it's still hanging in my barn. And I kept telling them to take it to her. They never did. It's still hanging out there. I didn't do nothing with it because it wasn't mine.
Was that on the porch?
No, that was
the
on
same
our
morning?
barn.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
wasn't left Friday morning. That's something
I don't know
completely
when it
different.
was left. I didn't even know it was out there. The kids
Okay.
are nosy, you know. They dig in
Okay.
everything when they're not supposed to be. And hey, look, Grandma. I'm like, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember a cardboard box being left on Brian's porch
I don't remember a cardboard box.
or left at Lisa's house?
Yeah, when I talked to her and she said that John had left stuff at her house. So I called the police department again and I told them, you know, that she had this stuff. And I said, do you want me to bring it up? And Lisa said, yeah. So I went to Lisa's, got it, took it up there, and there was stuff in the box. I think a few pictures. I don't remember. It's been so long.
Okay.
But I took it to the police department
So,
because I was trying to help in any way I could.
so the police department came out to get the duffel bag.
Yes.
And then
I
later
took the-
you learned that Lisa had some
Yes.
items that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you took those to the.
I delivered them to the Morenci Police Department.
Did you look? Was it a box, a bag? What did you take?
I just took a box.
Do you
with
remember
the
what was in the box?
Recorder, and I don't remember what was in there.
Do you remember if there was?
I heard there was horrible pictures and stuff like that, but I didn't.
You
look.
didn't see for yourself, right?
No.
Okay. Do you remember a box of photos?
I remember pictures, yes.
Okay, not necessarily in a box or anything.
No, but I remember some pictures, yeah.
Did you remember a box of recipe books?
I can't remember them. I mean, I didn't search in the boxes. I was just trying to do whatever I could to help.
After Friday the 26th, did you have an opportunity to talk to John again?
No, I never talked to him after that day he sat at my table.
You didn't talk to him while he was lodged at the jail in Lucas County?
Absolutely not.
You didn't talk to him while he was in the hospital
Nope.
in Ohio? Okay.
Nope.
And you haven't talked to him since he's been in Lenawee?
Nope, and I hope I never have to. Because he ruined my life, my kids' life, my grandkids' life, and we didn't do anything. It wasn't fair.
Okay.
Still live that.
Okay.
Enough's enough.
When you heard that the boys were missing on that Friday, did you contact any family in Florida to see if they had the boys?
No, I did not. Because I didn't trust them with the family anyway.
When you went to the Morenci Police Department to drop off those items,
Mm-hmm.
can you tell me who went with you?
I went by myself.
Okay.
I was alone. I called them first, and they knew I was coming up there. There was a ton of people in there.
Do you recall if your husband spoke to John while he was either in the Lucas County Jail or in the hospital in Ohio?
He was going down to, I believe it was St. V's, is where he was. No jail. And the reason why, and I went, my daughter-in-law, my son, we went with him. And the only reason why we went is because he kept telling them too, if you come down here, I'll tell you where the boys are. So we went, but my husband never got a chance to talk to him because when we got there, everybody come in and that was the end of that. So we never talked to him.
Did your husband, to the best of your knowledge, ever receive any phone calls while you were present from John Skelton?
No, but I received a phone call while he was in there.
Okay.
Because he told some guy, and the authorities checked it out, it was a guy that was in there. He told this guy where we lived, who he was, what we drove, and I was scared to death because my husband at that time was in the hospital. So a couple of the FBI agents came to my home. One was in my living room, one stayed back by my back bedroom because I was scared to be alone because he kept saying, well, I'm coming out there because John wants me to tell you where these kids are. And I was scared. I didn't want to be by myself. I didn't know. So they actually stayed with me till morning.
All right. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
You discussed, or you testified that about the discussion at the dining room table where John had talked to you about his concerns, and you told him to call Chief Weeks because
I
of
just
what
said
you
call
were-
the authorities.
Okay. And I believe you testified that something similar had happened in your family, so you kind of had experience with that. Is that correct? I don't want you to get into detail. Just tell me if that was correct.
Correct. My granddaughters. Yeah.
But at that point in time, had that case been investigated already and gone, where was
Yes,
that at?
That was, by that, I had the kids. They got taken away, of course, because they were molested.
Okay.
And I got custody of my husband. I had the kids.
Okay.
And Brian fought tooth and nail and everything he had to do to get his kids back, and he did. Emily, she was 3 years old. He got custody of all his kids.
Do you remember what year that was in?
Oh, gosh. Well, let's see. She was 3. She's going to be 23. Because her and Andrew was right there in age. I don't remember exactly what year.
Okay. Did you relay that to John? That
He knew. Tanya knew. I mean, they all knew, and they felt terrible about it. Who could do that to a child?
I guess let me clarify the question. Did you convey that to John that you had reported this to the authorities and that they had investigated it and this was...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I have nothing further.
Absolutely.
John, can we approach briefly? Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Okay.
I'm not going to be very long. I just want to get a few points out. Can you tell us about the conversation? Was that the dining room table?
Yes, I only have one dining room table.
Do you remember the date, ballpark? How long before
It
Thanksgiving?
was like maybe a week, not even a full week before Thanksgiving. It was in a week's time frame.
Okay.
Yes.
And what were it, to the best of your knowledge? That was a while ago. What was
Yeah.
the content? He was upset about Tanya?
Yeah, he was in a rage about her, and he had quit his job and just ranting and raving.
What was he ranting and raving? Do you remember any specifics?
Because Tanya didn't want him and this and that, and get over it.
So it was like his feelings were hurt, kind of childish?
I get very childish, yes.
Were the kids around when this was happening?
Absolutely not. I'd never discuss nothing in front of a child.
Did you see him and his children interact at all?
Yeah, when they used to come out and we'd have a cookout. And everything was fine.
And you have children and grandchildren of your own, correct?
I got 12 great grandbabies and 10 grandkids, and yes.
So it'd be fair to say you know a lot about parenting.
I guess I do.
What was it like seeing John and his children? Was it a loving relationship?
Yeah, I never seen any problem. I never seen either one of them mean to their kids or anything. I mean, they were just good, loving little kids, well-mannered. And they loved coming out to our house to play because they could get away with more stuff.
Did the kids seem to love their father?
Yeah, I think they loved everybody they met because that's the kind of kids they were.
And did John seem to love them?
Yeah.
You said you were upset the first time he took the kids to Florida, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
So how did it all come about? Can you explain that to me, how it even came to your attention?
Well, I heard it through a couple people, that I seen it on the news, and I heard his sister was involved in it, which don't surprise me, and that's how I heard about it.
Who was John's sister?
Lucinda.
And did you say you heard Lucinda was involved in taking the kids to Florida?
No, I've always thought from day one. Well, yeah, she was involved in taking the kids. That was all said.
Well, what did you think from day one? What do you mean by that, man?
That she helped John get the kids and go to Florida without Tanya's knowledge.
And what made you think that?
It was all over the news and everywhere.
About Lucinda?
About him taking the kids.
Okay, but where did the Lucinda commentary come from?
Well, I didn't really talk to her much because any word out of her mouth was a lie.
Okay.
So.
Because you testified a second ago that you thought Lucinda was involved from day one. Is that correct?
Yeah, I feel that till this day today. And I'll tell you why.
Please.
I feel this way about them. Because the one day they thought they had a sighting of the boys, I believe in Prattsville, somewhere up there, off of Hudson, Michigan. And my husband and I was sitting there and it came across the news that they thought they had a sighting of the boys. So I said, should we call your sister? And he goes, yeah, but put it on speaker and don't tell her I'm sitting beside you. I want to know what she's got to say. So I called, put it on speaker, and I said, hey, and she goes, what's up? And I said, they think they got a spotting of your boys. And I think it was Pittsburgh. I might be mistaken, I have to look. And she's like, it ain't them. And right then I said, well, I don't want to use the word, but it starts with the B. They know more than what they're saying. And I felt that from day one. And I'll never change my feelings on that.
And when? Do you remember the time frame that was? The year or anything?
Well, it wasn't too long when the boys were missing and everybody was searching for them.
So after 2010...
Yes, when they were missing.
It came across the news that there might have been a sight of the boys in Pittsburgh.
Yes. And if you look it up, you'll probably find it, and then I'm right.
Did you talk to... I'm not questioning it.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get a time frame.
Okay.
Talk to the police a lot during this investigation?
Anytime they wanted to talk to me, I was there to help in any
How
way.
often was that?
I don't know, maybe once a week, maybe once a month, maybe every 3 months. Whenever they wanted to talk to me, I talked to them. I had nothing to hide. Pardon?
Have you talked to them recently?
No. Any police? No.
When's the last time you think you talked to the police?
Well, I think the last time I talked to the police was probably when he got sentenced for 15 years. So probably 15 years.
Nothing further, thank you.
Yeah.
Nothing further of this witness, Your Honor.
May she be excused?
No objection, Judge.
And you may leave the courthouse or stay here in the courtroom if you wish. It's up to you.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome to step down.
Thank you very much.
You may call your next witness.
Those are the two we had scheduled for today, Your Honor, that we talked about this morning.
Okay. We have exhausted our witnesses for today. The prosecutor has attempted to put as many in a day as they think they can reasonably accommodate. We can't always guarantee, especially with cross-examination and direct, sometimes taking us to places we don't anticipate having to go. So we don't always, as practitioners, know the length of time it will take. So we've run out of folks for today that are subpoenaed. We will convene again tomorrow morning at 10:30, and we'll see you all then.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is that your work?
Yeah.
I'm sure CC you on the call, emailing you. Just responded to every single one. All of them?
All right, please. Thank you.
Found in Jackson jail right now, so the principal's happens there. Who's playing with yours? You can write that. I'm joking over this tonight. Who's playing? Sock. Normal sock. Then she gets the younger guy. It's minus 130. Please, Dodgers are yeah. Can't hope. But the sock is just hot or cold. He had an amazing postseason run last year out of the pen, but it's major leagues.
Familiar.
Shit happens. You're a Tigers guy, right?
Yeah, they're done. I mean, they're done this year.
I wish they would have treated school earlier.
I wish they wouldn't have traded school at all. I wish they would have signed him 4 years ago.
Well, sure, but the value they got, they kind of put themselves against the wall.
Yep. Jeff here so.
Oh, I'll take that.
Yeah, because I know she needed them for different witnesses, so she's going to take them back. Thank you. Yep. Don't forget your coffee cup.
Yep.
I know.
Drive safe.
Hey, this is me, Rich. How's it going? Pretty good. It's all said that course over.
You need us out, sir? Can we hang here for a little bit?
We're here till 4:30.